We are going to map level 18 today. I know last week I said we were going to probably do some random encounter maps, but I think I need to get ahead again. So I'm going to go ahead and do this one today. And fortunately, let's go ahead and bring in the trace image. This one should go pretty easily. It's a few nice things. It's not a ridiculously huge map, so we'll be able to do this at 100 pixels and make everything work nicely. And it's a lot of straight line walls. Now there are going to be a few zones that we're going to have to bust out and make some cave areas, but I'll have to make a command decision when we get there. We might use the cave tool, we might not. I'm not sure. I'm not a fan of mixing up the art styles, but we may still do it. In fact, what I might do is use the cave tool, keep the cave walls, and then put a layer in there. So we'll see what we decide to do. What am I looking for? Just had a brain fart. Alright, Dungeon to Mad Mage, level 18. We're getting there. We're getting close to, see, look at these nice straight walls, even the curved walls. These are all doable using the building tool. It's this that's going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt, but I think we're going to do what I said. We'll put a texture down here. But we're going to do all of the straight line walls first. And then we'll break out. So let's see, scale should be, if it's consistent, 2.56. And it was consistent. All right, let's get this thing going. So hopefully everybody's having an awesome day today. It's hump day. Always like that middle of the week popping. I mean, hump day used to be more exciting when I worked a normal job, and it's like, we're almost done. We're getting on that downhill slope. Oh, come on. There we go. Got our pen handy. What's going on here? Oh, I know what's going on here. I'm not, why is this not working? What the hairy fucking hell? We've had this happen before, and it's not a good thing. Let's pull our, oh, god damn it. Let's pull our pen tablet software up and see if we can fix this real quick. Let's bring this in. See if we can calibrate. If it's important, they'll leave a message. If it's not important, then we know it's all bullshit. So I need to do that. There, now it's working. Look. What? Maybe. Let's see. No, now it's just working as a mouse. So we just did an upgrade to Dungeondraft, and that does cause a problem once in a while. Alright, so maybe we need to turn Windows Ink off. Display setting. Excuse me. So K3. Let me see something. All right, so that's working. What about now? Oh my God. We've had this happen before in stream. I'm kind of excited about the changes on here, but it never fails that things just go wrong. So maybe Windows Ink. Let's try it again. See, none of this is wanting to work. That's working. Let's do that. It's going to drive me nuts. So it's working with the mouse. Let's calibrate it without Windows Ink on one more time, because that's always been the fix. Nope, it's not going to work. My God, it's just scam likely call after scam likely call today. So, what do we want to do? I really don't want to do this with a mouse. Calibrate one more time, see if this works. If it doesn't, then I'll just put it on the big screen and we'll do it up there. So it's tracking. Yeah, it's not going to behave. We'll fix this off stream. I'm going to put this up here and we'll do this the old-fashioned shitty way using a mouse and keyboard. I fucking hate doing that. I admit it. All right, so let's look at some of the changes that we see with the new. You know what? I think I'm going to do something real quick. So let me restart that software. All right, so it worked with the mouse without a problem. Now let's take a look here. Oh, it's working, but the point, it should be where I push down and it acts like I'm clicking, and it's not doing that. So usually what happens with this is, oh, now it's working. All right, so we're good. We can actually draw. Now I'm semi-happy. Oh, boy. So I want to take a look at, let's look at some of the little changes that we see in here now. If you look, they've added some new textures with the basic program since, and there must have been a couple of updates. So they've done that. If you remember, there were like 3 roof textures before. Now they've got it up to 9. You know, I probably won't use these very often unless I'm doing a quickie map where I just want to do built-in textures, but we've got all these different roof styles, which are nice. Now they have, like, look, hip style, like that, dormer style. They've really made some nice changes with the roofs. If we look at walls, they've added a few, like I said, most of this is stuff they've added with the base asset styles. You know, like let's zoom in. So like there's their wooden walls. Again, it's not an art style that I'll use often. I might mess with some of them. We'll see. But I do appreciate when they add in some new stuff that looks nice. There's a new window style. What else have they done? Looks like another new window style maybe. Cave drawing tool is still the same. The pattern shape tool, they've added the basket weave. Brick running. Looks like the Roman tiles are new. Roman worn. The plank. The herringbone, those are new. So I've got a few new floor textures. And then I'm curious if they've really added a ton of base assets. Let's look over here. It's going to be hard to tell because I've got a lot of assets already in here that are not the base assets. It looks like they've added some new bridge assets, which are nice. So, I mean, if you really like the base asset style, they're adding a lot of new stuff. Looks like it comes down to here. That's the last new bridge. That's the bridge assets. So, yeah, I mean, it looks like they have added some stuff here. Let's see what combat brings up. Those are our additional assets we put in. We use a lot of pillars for different things. I'm curious. Let's see if they've added some new pillars. Tiny, how's it going? There are no dogs in here. I'll have to give you a bonus doggy when they come in. They're getting their breakfast right now, and they're very mad at me. I was talking to you last night about, you know, being lazy and not going out and getting to the grocery store. And the wife just knocked on the door and she's like, "Where's the meat for them?" I'm like, "There is no meat." It's like, she's like, "Daddy didn't get you meat. He doesn't love you anymore." It's like, oh my God, really? Really? We're going there. We're really going there. Alright, so let's look at the description of this. Operating new base, blah, 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 blah. I just want to see a description of it. Level to a 10, level 10 pally. We didn't get on and play last night. So, areas have shifted into the Shadowfell, having a darker shading around them on the map. Alright, so these are the Shadowfell areas. Oh, trust me, it wasn't anything I wanted. It was not good. And then afterwards, you know, I spent the evening seated on the porcelain throne because it didn't react well. And it was salty as fuck, so, you know, not especially happy. So nothing here. I mean, here's the only thing that we know. We know this will be a rough-hewn area. Probably like cave floor. Black marble statue. They never give you a good description of the flooring and stuff, and that really pisses me off. So I think we're going to do the clouds and water because we may use the clouds for something over there. I think there will be some wizard stuff involved here. We'll bring this in for the hell of it. Bring that in, the tile sets. Always need dead bodies. Don't need the castles. Miscellaneous is always good to bring in. The spell reagents. Storage. Weapons and shields. Don't need a galleon thing. I mean, we may, but we're not going to worry about it unless we see something. Yeah, I was not happy. We need that when we for finishing touches on the map. We don't need that. Don't think we need that, but maybe we'll bring it in for the hell of it. We need the glyphs once in a while. The apothecary, do we need that? I don't think so. We'll see if we end up needing it. I bring the armory in for weapons. Broken furniture, maybe. Can always use some crypt stuff. Cultist asset pack, because if we have torture devices, then there they are. What else? Elven ruins, maybe for some statues. Furnishings. The garrison. I don't think there will be a bar on this area. The library for shelves. Basic asset pack. This map will go really quickly once we have everything set up in here. I really like, I really, really like a map. There's a fly in here. It's really going to annoy the fuck out of me. I might bring the bug shotgun in. Alright, so let's save. And we'll do a save as. And then we have to reopen it, because that's how you get the assets to import. And now we see them starting to pop in. All right, time to make wall and floor decisions. So, like I said before, everybody knows I'm not a fan of basic assets. I'm thinking simple tiles. Let's also do this. We need our terrain. So if we're going to do the semi-dark floors, oh, that's nice. Now we have a much better terrain picker. That's awesome. So what do we want for our background? Go with the limestone. I think we're going to do that. All right, building tool. We're going to use that for our floor, and then let's pick our walls. All right, I think we're going here this week. Solid wall F. All right. Now we can use our pen. Let's set the trace image down to about 0.25. Let's start drawing. So I think what we'll do, because they really like these indented zones here. Now those are troublesome. When you decide to throw doors in. So those are going to be a couple of secret doors with walls we need to do. We're not going to indent the walls there, though. We will do that. See this. this. That makes our thing complete. If I'm being honest, I think what I'm going to do is ignore the little indent that they want and make it like that. Come on, that's not our intent. All right, so this run we can do here. Then it'll break out. This will do there. And there's that. We'll break that wall out. I think that's the way I want it to look. Let's do the same thing over here. There's that. Now, this I don't like. Let's see. Let's see how it looks when we're done. That's going to be a little problematic, but you should be able to get a secret door in there. Let's get all our straight lines done, and then we'll start doing that stuff. It's easier said than done, isn't it? A lot of these areas are not straight line friendly. A lot of diagonals happening here. But let's be honest, this is easier to work with than you know, the other technique we've been using to build our maps in these cave-like systems that are just a royal pain in the ass. I like these maps where, I mean, where it was taking like 4 hours or so to lay out these big-ass maps with the cave systems, we'll probably be able to get this one done like an hour and a half, and then we can start actually finishing the map. I mean, if there's not a ton of detail in the rooms, we'll be able to finish them up. Fuck. Which one's undo? No. Yes. All right, so we'll do that and that. And then this should be relatively easy, let's see. Just a circle like that and like that. All right, we'll do this here. In fact, what we should have done is just gone straight down to there, make a little cross, and then we'll do that there. Same thing here. Like I said, we're going to do as much of the square areas, then we'll come back and worry about the angles. That's kind of how we've gotten to where we can get these things done pretty quickly. We do it, we can draw quick, and we come back and we leave just little bumps that we have to fix. So where's our... There's a rectangle there. There's a long rectangle there. Looks like we actually have a square sitting here. All right. That. This is our little rectangle here. There. Tell you what, I'm going to rethink this area. Let's do this like this, and then like that. Looks like that's a square there. Keep saying square. We know it's not a square. All right. Now, I want to make sure this is going to work. So that works. That works. All right, we're good. So we'll finish the rest of that off after. Looks like we have a little circle area there. But I think that'll be very simple too. Oh. We'll have to get the boys in here. There's a circle there. On the bottom. We'll come back to that. I don't really need to worry about this, but I do. Let's see. I think like that. Not like that. This will be like a circular area, and then we have to create something inside of there to block it. All right. I kind of like to go through and do one tool at a time. That's just my personal preference. There's no right or wrong way, let's be honest. I feel like I'm going to try this oval. I don't know that I'm comfortable with what I'm looking at. See, it didn't converge. So what we'll need to do is this. Now it's converged. When you get those soft lines on the oval where it just barely overlaps on here, it won't connect right. So you always have to extend that inside the room. This will draw out on angles, same thing there. And this will be the last thing we do, the breakouts. I think we have a few corridors that are straight line we missed. I like to have those corners set. Let's look one more time. We have all our rectangles in. We're getting damn close to a lot of this thing just being done. We'll have to figure out how we want to get creative in here. But we'll do that in a moment. All right, let's get our circular regions done. So these will be ovals like that. And once you get used to this, you can tell how to make a circle really quick in these circles, ovals, whatever. You're just looking at how long they are and what the outside corners would be. And then once we're done this, we've got to go in and put our interior walls in. Yeah, there's circles there. None across that way. None that way. All right. Oh! That was a mess up. Nice long oval here. And for this, to make it work right, we're going to have to extend in. That'll have to be a straight wall there. Nothing we can do about it. I think that's all the round regions. We are just killing this initial layout so freaking quick, it's ridiculous. All right, corner to corner. Honestly, we should have just waited and done this zone like this. We're going to do this so it's a little bit bigger, only so that the walls make sense. Otherwise, they'd end up on a weird angle and not be parallel there. that's done. Let's see if this will look okay. Okay, that works. All right, let's do that, and we're going to get creative here. So to make this work, we're going to pull snap off. We're going to go like this. We're going to go just outside the line. And this will be probably the only area where we're going to actually be accurate to the map. And we're not doing it on purpose. We're doing it because the map is kind of fucked. Tell you what we'll do. We're going to do it this way. Does that look right? Not really. Sometimes these little zones, like what we just did, they make silly problems. So let's see if we can get it close by snapping it. We'll go there to there, right? All right, there's one. So that's totally fucked. But now I think we can get this to not be totally fucked. We'll do it inside like that. That worked. Now this, see, I don't like what happened there, but I think we can go in and edit those points. Right? We can just delete that point. And then we have 2 points here. Delete that point, and now the corners look good. So I think with this section, we're going to, let's draw it out. we're going to end up with a lot of points there. Let's see what we can get rid of maybe. See, this kind of goes up, so we can do this. That looks parallel. This one can go. Those are okay. Those are okay. This looks like it's skewed up just a little. And this, honestly, I think we're going to pull that out. We're going to pull that out. And then this one, go there. And there. I don't like that. I think that's okay. Not totally thrilled, but it is what it is, and we're good. Now this, I think what we're going to do is this. We're going to go like this. And I think by doing this, we're going to be able to come in and slowly put it together so the lines match. Sometimes you have to get silly creative to get these things to, and we're going to make this so it's like this. All right. We did miss this. Do we want to do it like that? Make it small? I don't think we do. I think what we want to do is going to be this. And then, just so we don't forget later, let's find our wall G. Or I should say F probably. Yeah, we'll do it that way. Then whatever goes there will go right there. I swear they do some of this stuff just to make you crazy. I think, is this going to work? There's that. Try it again. Looks straight. Yeah, I know we've got... Oh, what just happened there? My mouse snuck off the monitor I'm on. Alright. Got a few sneaky angles down there, and then we'll be done. That one worked. As long as you have a big area to draw in, you can do that. All right, let's see if we missed any other zones. All right, let's draw this little cave zone. And I think what we will do is this. The wall color, we're gonna let's pick something out of that. Sorry about that. No. go with that. Accept. So we'll let this draw what it's going to draw. We just need to make sure we have kind of these little passageways built in. Doesn't have to be exact. And like I said, we're going to come in and put a texture down. Because I really hate the floor texture. Now let's be honest, you can come in and use the textures and stuff built in without ever going out and getting an asset to use and make perfectly acceptable maps. You know, for me it just comes down to the art style that I want on my maps. And if I'm being brutally honest, I don't think my players would care if I used the cartoonish art style or what. You know what I mean? I guess if they came in the stream, they could say, yes, we would care. We like the more realistic maps. Or, hey, it's all good. I mean, maps are just a tool. So do them however you choose. It's all good. I mean, I've just gone in, I've decided recently, some of my original maps, when I first got this, I used pretty much just straight up built-in assets for Dungeondraft, and there was nothing wrong with them. I just decided that I wanted to redo the maps. And you can really get creative with the built-in assets and stuff and make some funky stuff. And there is nothing wrong with that. We dug a little deep there. And I'm doing that so that they have a walkable passageway. Sometimes you have to take into consideration these squares that the original map is drawn are 10-foot squares. They're not 5-foot squares. So some of these tiny little corridors that are created on this original map, I mean, your tokens, depending on your tabletop, may not let the characters get through there. Or it may throw them so they see inside the walls of the mountain. So you've got to realize that and go ahead and create enough room for your characters to be able to walk without screwing with your line of sight and everything. So we're just going in and making sure that none of this light leaks out here. And I think what I'm going to do to make this look finished is this. See how it looks a little broken there? I mean, the light doesn't leak, but I don't like how it looks. So I think what we'll do is this. We're going to do the wall and make it come down there. That way it looks sealed. We'll do the same thing here. And it helps if you turn that shadow off. So you snap here, take the snap off, just make sure it looks straight. And that one's okay. I still wish they would allow you to do no shadow on the building tool walls. And I know we need to do a little bit of breakout here. And this is a tiny little corridor. I don't think it's meant for anybody to be able to get through there. Fly is bothering the shit out of me. Like I said, I might have to go get the fly shotgun. One of the silliest and best silly investments I ever made. You know what? I'm going to see how deep back we can take this off. Oh, you son of a bitch. We crashed. I pushed the undo limit. We'll see how much we lost, how much work. I have a feeling it's going to be a fair amount. So when we got to 1.0.0, we were pretty much crash free. What? So it's acting like we did nothing. Let's see, maybe it's still loading in. It's still loading in. It might crash. All right. Let me find my backup files. This fly wasn't in here till the wife opened the door, and this is driving me fucking insane. All right, so let me find this. All right, so what's the date? The 9th? Last update was 11:21 a.m. Let's go back a little farther. Let's go 2 minutes back. And there we are. I think I'm going to go farther back than that. It's one of the reasons I set this up so that saves every 2 minutes. If I have an error happen like that, I can kind of go back through the backups. And there we go. So we lost a little bit here. We can fix that though. It's not a big deal. So we're using that. And that. This fly. I'm gonna have to kill this fucker. Yeah, that's how we did it the last time. So now let's do our save. So let's see what we can do here. I'm not sure if what I'm planning to do will work. Because what I need is a wall to go out here. Actually, it will work. This is what we're going to do. We're going to take snap off. And we're going to manually build this out, right? And then we're going to use this same wall. And then we're going to just put a cave floor down there. And then we'll put some interior walls in. And I think, I mean, number one, it'll be easier to make. And it'll look better. We won't have any design changes that I always hem and haw over. Now, I could be wrong. This might do something stupid, but it's only a single change instead of like when you're doing the cave tool, it does multiple changes. Perfect. So we'll do the same thing here. We'll do the outline, and then we'll create some interior walls. And I think this is how we're going to do the breakout caves from now on. And then you'll see, I mean, we're not going to have the little square zones like we have. You know, the tile floor, we're not going to have that. Let's see how this looks. And then we'll just have to draw in the square wall here because it's, you know, collapsed zones. And we'll do the same thing here. I think in the long run, number one, this is so much easier. And it'll just work better. All right, so let's go to our wall tool. There's our wall. I'll be right back. But this is what we're going to do to make this work right. I know you hate this, but I'm bringing it in because Mama let a fly in. So, this is the assault shotgun. Basically, it sprays salt. It's called the bug assault. It shoots table salt and obliterates flies. Hold on. This is a bad idea, but I'm going to do it. Really? He hates that. So if it lands somewhere other than on the light next time, we're going to try to get it. Big freaking Texas flies. I hate these goddamn things. All right, let's get this done. All right, so we're looking good now. Now, let's lay our texture down in here. And that will do that. So we need our cave texture. That's what we're going to use. Let's make sure it's going to cover that floor. It is. Awesome. So we don't have an awesome looking cave wall, but I think for expediency's sake, that this is going to work well. I mean, honestly, if we weren't super picky like we are, we would have just used the cave digging tool and let it be at that. All right, so here we're going to snap to grid. And we'll pull snap off. And there we have the cave. We'll throw some stones and stuff down, some debris, and that'll take care of that. Now we just did something that we know we shouldn't do. Let's fix this. So to make this workable, I mean, that works, but I like to be able to see the room numbers and everything underneath. So the simple thing to do is this. And it doesn't make a difference. You saw, like, you did that there. Right now it doesn't look like it's there. But once you take this trace image off, it's there. So That's the choice we make to make the map look good. So we'll redo that zone, and we'll still be able to see what we need to, what we really need to do. So I think what I'm going to do, let's make our lives easier. Let's start here. We're going to go like this, and we're going to come up right there. Then we'll go to snap, and we want this because that's still a hallway there. Now, in all honesty, we can do this. We can do exactly what we did when we drew out this zone and do it as a big blob. And then we only have one big blob to draw in. If we do what we were doing, then you end up with like a ton of little sections. And then it's really easy to do something stupid and come in and, you know, accidentally move one of the little sections. And then it makes it a little harder to line up if you make a mistake. And at this point, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's either you're going to have the square grid inside of these columns of stone, or you're going to have the cave floor inside the column of stone. And if you are really, really, really worried about it, then you just put something in that looks like stone inside of that. And I'm not really, really, really worried about it. All right, so that's that zone done. And I think I know how we're going to do this one. So we'll put snap on. We're going to start there. There. And we're going to have to come back and move those wall points right there. And that's fine. That's easy to do. Look at that. Easy peasy. And let's do corner to corner here. I mean, it is corner to corner, isn't it? So we're good. Let's get back to the wall tool. Edit points. And we're going to bring this down. We need to snap off. We're going to bring this down here. And this right there. And that's good. I think that is basic layout done. So we'll take a look at those. So that gives us this zone done. And that zone done. And it definitely looks better than if we use the cave tool. All right, now we need to finish off adding walls, doors, and total basic layout will actually be done. So let's do that. So we will snap these. What's going on? It's misbehaving, so I think we're going to do a quick save. And we're going to reload. It always scares me when it does stuff like that and won't let me drop a wall or something down. Hey, Lone Wolf, how's it going? It does scare me when it does that. I mean, we had our one crash, and one crash was enough. So the wall tool is not being... Oh, I've got it on edit points. That's why. Duh. I scared myself for nothing. So I think the only issue is, like, we just did those walls with the shadow off, right? See, it's adding these little lines in there. I don't think it does that if we leave the shadow on. And I don't like the double shadow. It does create those little lines. So I guess it doesn't freaking matter. For some reason, it decides to put endpoints in. And the only way we can get rid of those endpoints is doing this. We go like that. And it kind of still does it, but, you know. Comes a point when you're just picking at nits. Oh, I'm doing well. What are you downloading? What game are you installing? I want to see what this... It's obviously not a wall. Phantasy Star Online? I don't think I've heard of that. What type of game is that? 12C. Pit of Darkness. Pit of Bones. So we have to build pits. I like building pits. I still can't believe my son got me to get back playing WoW. Ew, that's ugly. Look at that shit. Ugh. Fortunately, we can fix it. And we have a secret door here. There's a parallel, I think. They look a little askew. Now they're parallel. Oh, look what we did here. We need to break this in here, don't we? Those are the little things you got to catch when you're making your maps. What's in 29? I want to see what's in the center of that room. The floor of this room heavily obscured by a 2-foot-high blanket of thick fog. Base 20-foot diameter cylindrical stone column that supports the 20-foot-high ceiling. So that's a column. So we just need to... Here's the problem. Here's the problem. SRD 5.1. I mean, let's be honest. The entire D&D 5e rule set is pretty light. All right, let's see if we can make this circular. Already, I'm not happy with it. It looks like the stream's going to get broken up today. I'm going to have to get up, and take my daughter somewhere at 12:30, and then we'll get back on, and then get back off because I'll have to pick her up. Fortunately, it's only like 5 minutes from the house. This is not going to look good. This is where it would be nice with this software to be able to, you know, like you can come in with a drawing program and spin it. Alright, so we need to fix this little tumor sticking up there. I don't want any points or flat spots if I can help it. Let's zoom out and see how it looks. I'm not happy with it. You know what? That's gone. We're going to do this. And then you know what? You're going to need to, if you use the map, put a freaking terrain wall in there. Alright, let's turn snap off because we know it's not going to work here. So they're both slightly askew. We just want them both to kind of bisect this. There we go. And same thing here. Go there. See what I really need to look for is, let's go in tight. If you watch, actually it looks like they've fixed that. It used to be where the line would really look broken up or jagged as it went along if it wasn't straight. That looks good. I'm really not happy with all these little angles on this thing. We were like, yeah, we'll get this thing done really quick. But that's not happening. Jinxed myself by hoping we'd be done really quick. All right, that's there. I think this one we can snap. Let's see. Yes. Anytime you can snap, you know they're going to be exactly where they need to be. Now, I always go wider because these are going to be doors. If you do that length, sometimes the door just won't drop on there. So as long as you give it a little extra room, there you go. I know, these are like the most exciting streams we do. Building maps. I know some people find it cathartic. I mean, if you're coming in looking for a D&D game, you know, this is not. This is a prepping for D&D stream, let's be honest. And then we... Oh, I think this will work. Let's try it. Perfect. Honestly, I think my plan here was to actually do this. I know it. No, you know what? We're going to do it as built. I don't like that straight wall there, but it's got to be a straight wall because there's a door, right? I would have been happier setting the door back about halfway. All right, let's comb the map. Tiny. All right. Since we owe you something,
who let the dogs out?
And there's the Lokester. It's like he never moves from stream to stream. Alright, there's one we missed. Looking for the little things that we missed. We got to put something in here. In fact, what we're gonna do, this is what we always do for that anyway. We'll do that, and then let's put that there. Let's undo that. We can allow light and let them see where they can't go, because I think it's funny. All right, go back to our walls. Making sure that we put all the walls in for our portals before we start laying portals down. So I'm going to have to get off at about 25 after. About 15 minutes. I really hate having to put pants on. Alright, so they can see where they can't go there. Any other portals? Any other... I mean, I have sweatpants on. I don't consider that pants. You know, and I'm just sitting around mapping, doing stuff like this, or gaming. I don't get up and put jeans on. But once I have to go out, so I have pockets and wallet and all that stuff, that's when I put pants on. And it's funny because our one dog, the newer dog, Tessa, she always has to be locked up when we go out because she's destructive. And the minute she sees me putting pants on, she freaking panics and starts running around just having a fit. And it's kind of funny. Now, I'm curious. I want to see if we can do something, because we need to represent this shadow zone here, right? So this will be an experiment. It could be a failed experiment. I want to see if laying down... See? Oh shit, I might have undone walls. So what I want is to just do this area. Create this shadow zone this way. It looks like it's going to work, but freaked me out when it did the autofill. I mean, let's face it, ever since COVID, every day is pantsless day. Still can't believe the wife actually has to go into the office tomorrow for the super secret meeting. It's like the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I mean, I know at this point, I think she'd rather not have to go in, do the commute shit ever again. I mean, let's face it, if you've worked from home since COVID started, haven't you gotten used to, being able to relax a little during the day and not having to deal with a million morons that don't know how to drive on your commute? I mean, it's getting back to where there are people on the roads now. So like when I go to the store, I'm just like, oh my God, this is awful. Because there's traffic. And I really feel like half the people out there forgot how to drive after being in for a year. All of Vegas is reopened. Honestly, I wish that here's the way, and I've said this a lot of times before. The way I see it, if I owned a company and I saw that, and let's face it, statistically, they're coming out and saying that through the pandemic, with people working at home, productivity actually went up. For people who are just office workers sitting in a cubicle, staring at spreadsheets, shit like that, you know, it went up 5%. So it was the exact opposite of what people expected. They expected, productivity was going to go down. People were going to fuck off. It ended up being people were home and they got more work done. So if I owned a company and I didn't have to spend money on rent or lease for office space anymore, maybe keep some flex space for if people had to come into the office once in a while, you could cut down so much on your lease expenses and stuff. It would make sense to just let your workers work from home because productivity went up. You've got, I think Google, is it Twitter? A couple of them are like, any employees that want to stay home after this and work, go for it. And let's face it, tech companies, oh shit, they have no excuse not to let workers stay home. I mean, they're fucking tech companies. Oh, you would think, but like here in Texas where everybody's a moron, I'll go out to the store and stuff. I mean, I've got to go today, and I'm shocked at how many people are walking around. I shouldn't be shocked because of where I live, but I'm shocked by the amount of people who are walking around without masks on. I mean, I've already said I'll keep wearing it, and I'm fully vaccinated. And I'll get my booster in 6 to 12 months, whatever they recommend. Because scientists aren't lying. They're not trying to chip us. There's no fucking bullshit going on, and mRNA cannot affect your DNA. I'll keep wearing it because it's really been nice not having the. I mean, I still have allergies, but they're not full blown allergies this spring. Even though I mean, we've got mold, all kinds of shit going on outside. We've got stuff blooming. I wear a mask when I go out. It cuts down on a lot of what I would be breathing in. And I'm enjoying not having severe allergies this year. Ask Tiny, he'll say how bad my allergies get when I get sick at this time of year. You know what I mean? And just like that, you know how many assholes when you go out in public are walking around with the flu and all this kind of stuff. I don't trust people. I just don't. And after all this, um, there's no reason not to wear a mask. If I don't want to catch something from somebody, which I reiterate, I've never caught the flu. I didn't worry, which Tiny rode me about it too, but my wife's like, yeah, you've never caught the flu. We've had full outbreaks when I used to work in an office, and I didn't catch the flu. My immune system was pretty good. Um, but I'll still do it because people are rude, people are ignorant. They're going to go out with the flu, they're going to go out with corona. They're going to, like that one guy that went to the wedding at the beginning of this shit and killed what, 30 people because he was selfish and went to a wedding while he had coronavirus. Um, so yeah, there's no way I'm not going to wear a mask. So that's our dark zone right there. Let's take a look and see what it looks like without all the stuff behind it. I'd say it looks pretty dandy. We could put a little more there. Unfortunately, what COVID did was it made sure we all knew how selfish our neighbors and the people we live around are. The ones, oh, you're infringing on my freedoms. No, you don't have the freedom to infect somebody else and make them die. And then the assholes are like, well, if you're scared, then don't go out. No, if you have it, don't go out. That's the key. Or if you go out, have the courtesy to wear a mask so you're not killing that kid or that kid's family that works at a fast food restaurant. I mean, it's just all common courtesy. And we got to see how bad the people we know, work with, live around are. The people that give a shit and the people that are just still 2-year-old self-centered pricks in adult bodies. Well, once they say bullshit like you're infringing on my constitutional rights. No, you don't have the right to make someone else sick. You just don't. There is no constitutional right to do that. You have the constitutional right to be an asshole, which basically means acting and behaving how you want, but you also don't have the right not to suffer consequences. And that's why, like, the EEOC came out and said, look, if your employer says you have to be vaccinated or you can't come back to work, they have the legal right to tell you that you have to be vaccinated. So, people need to get over themselves. Public health and safety, supersedes, your imagined rights. All right, we're going to leave that like that. I think I'm happy with it. It is kind of a dark, pulsy zone. So we're going to leave it like that. And I'm going to take a look once we get into mapping that. That might be something where you can do some creative lighting inside of the virtual tabletop and make it look really wicked. I mean, I had this conversation with that guy that I ended up kicking out of our game. He's like, it's unconstitutional to require me to wear a mask. I'm like, no, it's not. Because it's, I tried to explain to him. It's not like you're fat and ugly, you have to wear a mask. Nobody wants to see your face. Those people don't have to. It's everybody has to do it. Being an asshole is not a protected class. So you don't have, you have a right to be an asshole, but that's a choice. It's not a protected class. It's not like your sex, gender, something like that. You know, you don't have the right to just be fucking stupid like that. And that, I tell you what, that's a dude I don't miss playing D&D with after I tossed him from my table. All right. But yeah, you tell people, being an asshole is not a protected class. They don't even know what a fucking protected class is. So it's like you're pissing in the wind. I think I fucked this up a little bit right there. Now it's perfect. Sometimes you just got to bring that map in and make sure you didn't screw something up. Yep. I mean, what I love is like when, number one, when somebody starts to try to argue the mRNA vaccine, genetic stuff like that, it's like, yeah, that's my education, bucko. Let's go for it. And then they'll bring up, there was some paper saying, there's proof that mRNA can alter your DNA. Well, that paper was written by somebody with a PhD in psychology and an engineer. Neither of them know shit about genetics. So you point that out, and these people are like serial posters of bullshit papers. All these people seem to or seem to want to think is it's on the internet, it must be real. Where the reality is, a lot of times at the point we're living in, if it's on the internet, it is probably bullshit. So, drives me nuts, man. It just drives me nuts. All right, so we have all walls done. Walls where the portals go. Well, here's the thing. The papers that came out that were legitimate about masks and stuff and how COVID spreads were where you had virologists and then they had a particle physicist that was specialized in aerosols, and they worked together to determine actual distances that COVID could carry in the air as an aerosol, how effective masks were, and it all proved that masks will cut down on that aerosol spraying out. Now you get these morons on TikTok that get there in the cold and they'll put a mask on and breathe and you see, the fucking breath coming out as it hits the cold air and it's like, see, masks don't work. It blows it behind you. It's like, that's not how it works. Majority of it gets trapped in the cloth. Everybody's fucking should ignore you, but then that gets spread around morons on Facebook and every place else, and it's like, fuck you all. Just stop putting this shit up. Yes. So I don't have to get off. Oh my god. My wife and daughter are going to give me a fucking aneurysm. But it's like this. If people will sit there and start arguing with me, I'm like, look, if you're not a virologist, immunologist, doctor that specializes in this, your opinion means shit. It's just an opinion, and everybody's opinion doesn't have value. So if you don't have expertise in the field, shut the fuck up. And I mean, that's pretty much the scientific approach to everything. If you don't have expertise in the field, your opinion doesn't mean anything. You know, there are opinions and there's facts and reality, science-based facts. And in opinions versus science-based facts win. But, you know, we've gotten it. We're living in this really stupid age where my opinion matters, not on something that you know nothing about. And reading on the internet does not make you an expert. I don't think I have any stone doors. It's kind of what I want. So what portal do I want to use? I've got that steel door. How do I not have stone doors that look good? See, I mean, I could put this door in and it looks like shit. I'm not happy with any of those. You know, and a large portion of people that you end up arguing with are kids that were raised that, oh, your opinion matters. Depends on the subject, dude. It just depends on the fucking subject. Dude or dudette, doesn't matter. Yeah. People don't want to hear that. It's like the old joke where some idiot's sitting there saying, you know, God damn it, look at this shit. It's not going to drop there. You fucking kidding me? Oh, and all my doors are allowing light right now. We're going to have to go back to, what's the first door we laid down? But the old joke where somebody's like, you know, the earth is sitting on the back of a turtle, and you're like, well, what's underneath that turtle? Oh, it's all turtles all the way down. Yep. And that's what you're dealing with. The turtle believer. You know, and idiots will sit there, they're trying to chip us with the vaccine. It's like, you do understand, if the chip you're talking about that's going to send a signal, it's got to be the size of a coin because of power source. And then, let's say, even if we're talking a chip the size of, you know, those ID chips which don't actually have power in them. You know, they're powered by the reader, the chip reader that they'll use on dogs. And that's the size of a grain of rice. That would not fit through a needle. And then they just stare at you, it gives you a blank stare. The blank stare of stupidity. So these walls are going to be a real problem. I think what we're going to do, or have to do, is this. So we're going to put a single door there, even though it's supposed to be a double door. Some of these double doors are just not going to happen. So this will be, come on, I saw you go in the middle. You can do it. You can do it. You can't do it. See, if we just place a door like that, I don't think it's going to function. Sometimes if you wiggle this around enough, it'll drop. This is not one of those times, though. Same thing there. Let's, I tell you what, let's do this. See, we put a full wall right there. And it's just being a total bitch. All right, so I think what we're going to do here and here, we're going to adjust the wall. It's going to be a little bigger than the 5 feet. So let's do this. Oh. Pull it off snap. I'm going to take that there and that there. We're going to pull this one back a little bit and this one back a little bit. Now let's see if that helps our door situation. Yes, it did. So we're going to have to fix this here the same way. So let's highlight that, delete that corner, delete that corner. Pull that down there, pull that down there. And then this wall, sometimes you just have to get creative. And then we can put it wherever we want. I'm not thrilled with that. But it's better than it was. Violet. How's it going, Violet? Exactly. I've said that to people. I'm like, if you don't want to be tracked, you need to throw that cell phone away that you have in your pocket that you stare at all day long. Like a fucking zombie. And they look at you. What? They just can't comprehend. The words that you are saying. It's a foreign concept. I'm just putting single doors here in the middle. Come on. Did it work? I've got to test that. All right. As long as there's no light leak, we're good. Bit of a cold, that sucks. Alright, there's that one. And that one. These weird angles on this map are just really messing with my calm today. You know, all I ask for is doors to drop when I put them down, not to give me a hard time. They're not my children. They shouldn't be giving me a hard time. Will that work? There's one. It'll actually work. Come on. I think some members of my party are going to not be happy tonight. So last week, 3 of 6 players didn't show. So the other 3, you know, they're like, oh man, we're probably going to die. I'm like, look, I'm going to throw you a bone. If you survive, I'll make it worth your while. And they're like, oh, magic items. And the one guy is just yelling, I just want a bag of holding. I gave him a bag of holding. I didn't even have to roll on the table by the time they were done. They lived. They, you know, yeah, one of them was down to 0 hit points, almost died. It was a good combat. Everybody had fun. And everybody got a free bonus gift. You know, they got a parting gift for the evening. And I even was generous on the table I chose to roll on. So, you know, we're not talking like Holy Avenger generous or something like that, but yeah, the one guy was really easy to please. I'm like, how about, I said, I can roll, and if you like the roll better than the bag, just give me a bag. You know, because I do encumbrance and stuff, you know, with carry weight. So he was smart enough to know that that was valuable. It was hilarious. And they got to level up because those 3 got past the final boss in that level. And I was like, all right. Good game. Good job not dying. Enjoy your gift bag. For the one guy, literally. Hey, I have my virtual tabletop, and here's the thing, even when I because I'm an old school DM. I go back to first edition where you tracked everything. DMs always tracked everything. I tracked everything. I still track everything, and you know, I make them count arrows. If they forget to fucking pull arrows, you know, you run out of arrows as an archer, tough shit. You should have been pulling arrows or picking them up if you fight somebody who has arrows. Everything counts and gets counted. Yep, everything. I make them track every bit of weight because, let's face it, man, that's all part of your pack. It all counts. If you've ever been in the field with an 80-pound motherfucking pack, you know, food does not weigh nothing. Everything in that bag matters. And then you add your weapons and everything else in. Yeah. And I tell that to people. It's like, look, man, I've done runs with 80-pound fucking packs, weapons, and everything else. It all counts. And it all affects you. Get the fuck over it. Look at this. This motherfucking door. See, it's there. It doesn't want to drop there. Let's see why. And it's not like, you know, we have plenty of room here. See, it'll pop there. It'll go all the way down. It just does not want to pop right here. Let's find the spot. There's got to be a sweet spot. There it is. We just have to tickle that sweet spot, apparently. There it is. Yes, there are. There are rules for using arrows, for finding arrows. I make them use all of them. You know, recovering arrows. Whether or not they're still usable, there are roles for that. You know, I just have them recover their arrows. A lot of times they forget. But I also have it set up so that it tracks arrow usage inside of Foundry. So I set it up so it tracks ammunition. Oh, let's see. Man, I used to... Several concussions ago, you know, my photographic memory went away. So let's take a look. So here's the rule. Each time you attack with a weapon, you expend one piece of ammunition. Drawing ammunition from a quiver, case, or other container is part of the attack. At the end of the battle, you can recover half your expended ammunition by taking a minute to search the battlefield. That's the rules. I'll give them a, and a lot of times with my players, I decide to be generous, especially in like a dungeon crawl like this where they're going to run out of shit. I'm just like, come to the battlefield, pick your stuff up. And it's supposed to be half. I'm like, I'm letting you just pick it up this time. Do you want me to just go straight rules? No, that's okay. There's so many instances in this damn thing where they're never going to have a chance to pick up more ammunition that, you know, for full levels. Come on, where is it? We're trying to tickle it. I'm curious. If one of the built-in doors just does it easier, I'm going to be pissed. No, it's all doors suck. All doors suck. Look at this. See right there. It's that thing. It's that end line that's screwing things up. Oh, there's a spot. Come on. Where was it? It's enough to drive you nuts. Rub till it fits? Yep, pretty much. I tell you what, Tiny, I'm still shocked that, you know, I really expected the wife, my son, so I don't know if everybody in here heard me talking about it. My son talked my wife into, after he moved out, now he wants to play games with mom and dad, you know, which is a shock because I didn't expect it. But he's like, well, let's play WoW. Maybe mom will like that. You know, she could play a hunter and run around and catch animals. So we get in there. You know, I figured, which I was right, she'd want to play the Blood Elf because of how the character looks. Um, and then I'm like, I had it set on Hunter, figuring, you know, she's an animal rescue kind of person, right? Um, and I'm like, yeah, she'll probably dig that, being able to tame pets and do that kind of stuff. And my son says, all right, so what do you want to do? Do you want to run around and tame pets? Do you use a bow and shoot things? Do you want to smash things? Do you want to stab things? She goes, I want to stab the fuck out of things. And I'm like, maybe I should keep the scissors away from this woman when I'm in the room. Hide the knives. Yep, my wife goes, she probably will go full murder hobo. You know what? We're going to do this. I'm not going to be happy with it, but let's extend this wall just a little bit. And let's see if that makes the door drop easier. Come on. Where's the sweet spot? We know there's one there. There it is. It's like precisely in the middle here. I'm trying to find it. You know, if I go like that, it pops. I've got to find that spot. There it is. Looking for the map's G spot. That's what it feels like. But yeah, the wife going full on murder hobo. And she's the kind of person, she sat down and played D&D, she'd like end up shocking me with like doing crazy shit at the table probably. All right, there's one, rotate. I think the funniest shocked look that I've ever seen from a parent at a D&D table. My daughter started playing probably around 8 years old. She got to be about 10. Another girl came in. They started to be friends, and they're sitting, I forget the kid's name. The father was sitting at the table playing as well. And about a month or two in, hey, how's it going? Drawing map out for Dungeon of the Mad Mage level 18. What is it? Vanrak Doom. Trying to get that done. We're getting doors in right now, trying to find the sweet spot to get those things in on. But this little girl is sitting there, and it was probably the wrong campaign for these kids to be playing in too. What the hell was it? It was Baldur's Gate. which is a fucking horrible campaign. You know, people crucified in their doors, you know, and all this kind of stuff. And I'm running it, and I'm trying to tame everything down so that I'm not describing this stuff with the kids at the table. I describe it, but not as blatantly as it's written. And about 2 months in, we're playing. They finish a combat. You know, they kill one of the big bad guys, and this girl goes, you know, I'm like, okay, what, do you want to search the room, or what do you guys want to do? And she goes, I cut his head off and I nail it to the door. And I'm like, okay. And the dad looked absolutely horrified. It was like, and we didn't see them come back after that one. I was just like, oh my God. I mean, there are players here that I expect that out of, but I really didn't expect that out of that little girl. Well, if you know, hopefully she was able to play later as she got older, but I don't think she was allowed to play D&D after that. And it was not the influence of the DM, I'm going to be honest. Look at this. Now I can place the doors where I fucking want. So there's one door. Can I move that other one? I mean, as a DM, I try to be... Oh, you know what? That's a secret door. That doesn't belong there. The not-so-secret door. I don't do that kind of stuff with kids at the table, ever. And that was one of those moments where you're just thinking, oh my fucking God, we've created a monster. It was funny as hell, but, you know, just the look of shock and horror on that father's face. It was priceless. If only I had a video camera there at the time. Little girls are secret monsters. Many of them are secret. I don't know. I'll put it to you this way. As somebody who's coached ice hockey and kids and, you know, had co-ed teams, they were all fucking monsters. If anybody was going to go out there headhunting looking to hurt somebody, it was the girls that played for me. And I was just like, really? Yeah, I think we're happy with that placement. Now we're able to get the double doors down. I think the key is just get one door, and then it lets you put another one on there, and then you can slide them and move them. Are there any other double doors we didn't do that we want to see if that actually works? And have we gotten all our portals in? I think at this point I need to double check and make sure I don't have any light leaking doors. Because if you remember, the first doors that I placed were allowing light. I think that's the most useful thing. I don't really like the built-in light tool. I wouldn't use it to light my maps, but I do use it to test my maps. Right, Thor? Poor Thor, he's whining. So, Dungeondraft is awesome. Oh, somebody wants to see Tiny. Or Tiny wants to see Thor, I guess. Let's see, can we get him? He's kind of over there with his head hidden behind my old PC box. I haven't gotten rid of that yet. I may still build another computer and use that case and build it for the wife. If I can get, I'll tell you what, she doesn't need a power box, right? So I'm thinking about getting like an R5, maybe an R7 for the processor, throwing that thing together, maybe putting a 1650 graphics card in, because I don't think she's going to need power. Since I don't know, can you see? I don't think you can. I mean, behind me now I got to get her a chair, but I've got a monitor set up right there, and letting her use my gaming laptop over there. So when she plays WoW, you know, instead of me having to run into the other room when she's going, I don't know what you're saying, when we're saying, you know, click this or click that, I can just turn around and go, click this, click that. And I will say, this is the first time I've ever allowed anyone to encroach in my room in here. I think we have all the doors done. We actually have all the doors done. And I got out of having to take my daughter to take whatever the stupid test was she had to take up at the college up there. I thought she took it the other day. Those they're supposed to see. Like I said, that lets them see where they can't go. All right. We have the base layout done. Now we can start putting stuff in. Let's find room 1 and start from there. Where is room 1? Dad's getting soft. Maybe a little bit. Not a lot. So this is where they first come in. That'll be area 1. I think the first thing we're going to do, and I consider this part of the layout, we're going to put the stones down where these walls have collapsed. We have 2 sections with that. I don't think any place else on the regular map has it, but we need these 2 cave zones that we created to have broken things on the floor. So let's place some rubble. Scatter tool. Let's try. I've done this so many times, I should just freaking know which one it is. But let's try rock. And of course it brings up lock. Thank you, Fuzzy Logic. And since rock didn't give it to us, we'll do stone. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Here it is. It did give it to us. So let's find some rocks that we like. Actually, let's do this. We're going to do 1, 2, 3. And we'll take the size down about there to there. Get rid of that one. I do like being able to pick like multiple assets and letting them, randomly spin and select and size. It does create a good random effect. Oh, I went around on your mage. So I forgot I was gonna show you this. Thor got sad the other day or last night, and it's my fault. The wife found this picture. See if you can see it. There's Thor. Thor adored jelly. And there he is just looking at her going, I love jelly. And I was laying down and Thor's laying beside me. I'm like, look, Thor, there's your jelly. And he started whining. So I think I made Thor upset last night. And he's still feeling sad over jelly. I was a mean daddy. I thought he would enjoy seeing jelly. But he still misses her. He still misses her because she told him he had to miss her for the rest of his life. Let's face it, Jelly was the boss of him. And if we're being honest, Jelly would want him to pine over her for all of eternity. I mean, y'all remember how she used to bully him in here and then lay down with her head on him when he was finally laying where she wanted him to lay. I know. She sent me the pic, and I admit, Dad was sad after I saw the pic. I miss my girl. But yeah, Talmaru, I mean, I looked at Incarnate, and I've looked at other ones, and I really... I mean, number one, even if, let's face it, even if Dungeondraft has gone to $30, which is what, historically Mega Sploot's done, he'll have it as beta at like $20, and that's when you buy the goddamn thing. If he comes out with another mapping software, I'll buy it when it's $20 because it's worth it. And then it goes to 30, it's still fucking worth it. It is probably the best mapping software that I've used. I mean, the only thing that would be better is if I wanted to sit down and take the time in Photoshop and actually draw the maps and the assets, create that stuff. That's the only thing that could maybe be better. But that requires a shit ton of time that, let's face it, if I did that, Dad would have to be a 100% of the time mapping streamer, just sitting here drawing and mapping. And, mapping would lose its luster. Anybody knows me knows I would probably get bored quick. All right, let's see what's in Area 1. Tell you what, I added the second graphics card in my computer Monday. Now I can run Dungeondraft on my tablet and have my 4 monitors running at the same time. And, oh my God, I am So Harry freaking happy. Now I can't miss anything. I mean, I can, but I mean, I've got streaming software up there, checking on my captioning that we all know is fucking things up as we speak. Descriptions of the dungeon, drawing here, and once I start getting other stuff, I'll turn this off and just run it on that one. And I don't have to do anything weird. If you remember, um, if you remember when I would switch screens or have to do anything that required me to switch the HDMI switch over there while it was mapping, that's when everything went out of sync. That's not going to happen anymore. So I'm thrilled. All right, room one. Characters descend from tunnel, come to a series of rough-hewn tunnels, open in a 10-foot corridor, smooth work stone. All right. Room two. Room is just covered with dust. That's fine. Statue of Shar. This room. So this is room three. East corner holds a black marble statue of a cloaked woman wielding 2 daggers. I might have something like that. I don't know. Let's take a look. We might just put a statue base down and leave it at that. And actually, I am tempted at this point to do this, because I don't have any more drawing to do. So I'm going to move stuff around, and I'm going to use a bigger monitor. And see? Didn't have to do anything. Dungeondraft runs in windowed. Here, I'll show you. So the scene shifted. You can tell because the camera moved a little bit, but it's in windowed mode. Um, Running in full screen, I don't believe is an option. Let's look at preferences. Wonder what this does. This is new. I've never seen it before. It doesn't do anything. Maybe. Tell you, now that I put that new graphics card in, I'm contemplating, I think it's a 256 hertz or something like that monitor I was looking at. I may get that, put that here as my gaming and mapping monitor, put this up top so that now I'll have a 27 instead of 24 up there to read. And I don't know what I'll do with the extra 24. Maybe I'll put it out here. My dream is I could put 8 monitors on now so I could be surrounded. That would be crazy. But that's it's windowed mode. All right. So what we're looking for, statues. Move this. Tell you what, I do love my level 10 paladin. Do love my graphics tablet. I would just like a bigger one. One of these days I'll get maybe a 22-inch tablet, go up 6 inches. That'll make a big difference for my eyes. And then I'll put it on an arm and just swing it in here. So a cloaked chick holding 2 daggers. I know I have one like up here, but I refuse, and I've said this before, I refuse to mix graphic styles. Oh, I've got to show you something on this Talmaru. I just upgraded to 0.1.3 or something like that, the newest one. And they did add a few interesting things in here. On the building tool, you know, your base assets grew significantly for the floors. You know, it used to only come down to like here. They've added herringbone, running bricks, basket weave bricks. They added like Roman tiles, bunch of different things. So you now have more base assets for your floor. They added this stone wall's new. That's new. That's new. That's one of my assets downloaded. That's a new asset, and that's a new asset. So they added a few new walls, and your walls are all colorable. They added a few more portals. I know that's a new window. I think the shuttered window is new. I mean, they've added, looks like a good number of base assets. Cave tool's still the cave tool. This will be the same as what you have up there. And then they added, I think it had, what, these 3 roofs were the roofs that you had. And then you only had like a gable roof that you could do. But he added a hip roof, dormer roof, and 3 other styles. So let's do that like right here. So there's your gable roof, hip roof, and a dormer. So they've added those 3 styles, which was nice. And I would have to turn off all the assets to see, but I'm pretty sure they added more objects in here too, using the base art style on those assets. I mean, in all honesty, if I were to buy this, I would go in and do the Patreon for a couple of months, get assets down from Forgotten Adventures, maybe some Tom Cardos, and there are a couple others, and you'll have a fuck ton of assets that you can use. And if you're not selling them or anything, you know, for your personal maps, it just gives you so much shit for so much less than, I mean, Incarnate, you've got to buy per package. And it just makes it a more viable option financially and everything else. It's a monthly flat fee. But I thought there were asset packs. You know, it only had so many assets, and there were others if you wanted, you had to pay for. 12,000 HD art assets. See, I mean, already with the stuff I've downloaded from all the other, from the creators that I use, I can't load them all in. It would crush my memory. So I load it in according to what I have. I've got more than the 12,000. And I know I haven't put out that much. The $20 for the program, and then, you know, I have no problem throwing in a Patreon to be able to pick up assets for a couple of months. And then once I'm getting ready to do it again on a couple of creators because I want to update some of the assets. Yeah, I know Campaign Cartographer was ridiculous. You could put ridiculous amounts of money out on that shit. And let's face it, D&D is an expensive enough hobby without that. King Rich, how's it going? So that's not what I'm looking for. Just need a chick with 2 daggers. Going stabby stabby. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to default to our statue base and let them use their imagination. Because that's what they're here for anyway, right? And then I need skeletons. How does skeleton translate to toilet? That's what I want to know. Three dust-covered human skeletons lie at her feet. Wow, that's big. And we got to remember these are 10-foot squares, so we need these guys not to be giants. So we need to take it down to what, 0.25? Just like that. There's one. We need some, I mean, they're all people that have been murdered in this dungeon, so we need them to have some damage. I'd say that's damage. How about a dead halfling? Let's see. Does it specifically say human? Yes. I wanted to kill a halfling. Skeletons are all way too intact. There you go. That's good. All right, there's our 3 skeletons. They're still too big. And that's a 5-foot square right there. So let's take a look. We're going to scale these so these guys are not 8 feet tall. So let's go heel to there. That's about a 6-foot tall individual, which is fine. So there's one. That one's okay. I know I'm being way too picky, aren't I? That is a little bit too tall. Got blurry. Well, here's the thing. Like with the map that we did last week, we were able to take it up to a decent resolution where everything was perfect. This map is so fucking big at 100 pixels required because like here's the base square. That's 10 by 10. These are 5 by 5. So we need it to be 100 by 100 pixels on the 10 squares so we stay below the 8,192 pixel limit. So these will end up being semi-pixelated once this is rendered out because, I mean, it's not a lot of detail in those squares. A normal size map that's maybe 30 by 40 at 5 by 5 squares, you can do that at 200 and not have a problem. Or you could do this, pump it up to 200 pixels, be at 14,000, but like I said last week, you're going to need to use a solution that allows you to downscale the map so that people can use it. Because everybody doesn't have a graphics card. It just doesn't happen. So I say it time and time again, and I pick on my Mac users, but they cannot view anything above that 8192 limit. It actually throws an error message up when it loads in. Now, using an online server, I'm able to pump out larger maps and downscale, but yeah, and most people don't realize it. You'll be like, oh, you see this or you see that, and people will be like, I just see black and white. I don't see anything. Yeah, the integrated cards are worthless. Now we're talking like HD graphics where it's built into the chip on the motherboard. You might have a laptop like that has a 980M, and that'll pick it up fine. But if you don't have a discrete graphics card separate, it's not going to work. And I mean, I even tried with Tiny, and I don't think he was able to view when he tried to change it so that it picked up off of his graphics card on his Mac. So you've got to take these things into account when you're making a map, that it stays below that pixel limit. That is your high bar when you're making a map. 8,192 pixels in any direction. Above that, it's unreadable for some people's computers. And you just can't say get a new computer or you can't play with me. It's just make the map so everybody can see it. But yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize that, and it didn't hit me because I mean I've always got a decent graphics card in the machine I'm running on, so I'll test the map. I can see it; it's not a problem. And then I ran into Mac users, and you know I think the one guy, he just got a 2021 MacBook Pro. He may be able to see the big stuff. Oh yeah, he may be able to see the bigger maps now because he's got a new and improved one because his 2013 MacBook died that he couldn't do anything on. And I mean, he probably could have done stuff, but he's not really computer literate. That doesn't help either. I mean, I know Tiny runs some older MacBooks, and for some things they're still fine, but stuff like this and larger graphics, it's just not going to work. And again, it's not my job to tell somebody it's not my place, I should say, to tell somebody get a new computer. Just, you know, make your stuff so it works for everybody and everybody's happy. Oh, there's a kneeling figure in front of that too. I wonder if I have an asset that's like in robes. I mean, I've got some old laptops that I can still plug them in and run, but you know, it'll take 5 minutes for them to boot compared to, you know, newer machines. I mean, I've got an old compact back there. To tell you how old it is, it it has a 80 megabyte hard drive in it. And it'll still boot and run, but you don't want to wait the amount of time it takes to boot. See, I had that before, and somebody couldn't wrap. One of the people who uses my maps, I guess it was a little bit of a hassle to go between, and I rebuilt the map so that they all stayed within the 8192 pixel limit at this point, and now, you know, it's all good. I went back, and that was done in using the old original assets anyway, so I wanted to redo it. I'm guessing if... I don't think I'm going to have an object like this, but let's look this up. Somebody in robes, generally a cultist, right? So, yeah, I don't have a kneeling figure. Well, I mean, it wouldn't even be that difficult. You've got that teleport tool and stuff like that. I need to experiment with that too because of some of the maps in this thing. But yeah, I mean, you'd have to use tiles, but it seems to me that tiles are still going to give you the issue of having too many pixels there. But I haven't tried breaking maps into tiles and see how they work. Oh, what are we looking for here? Let's see. Human. That's all dead humans. Nobody dies with their clothes on in this. Corpse. Well, they didn't add any new corpses on the base style. We're just going to leave it. All right, let's go to room 4. So room 4, tapestries lie in heaps near the walls. Room is obscured by fog. And that can be added inside of Foundry. That's what I would do there. Put a fog effect. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. First, let's see if we have some bundled up tapestries. I think we do. I don't know if I loaded. Oh, come on. That's not the same as a mortar and pestle. What about cloth? I think some of these assets don't translate in well because they're not tagged properly. Any of those should have pulled that up. I got to remember where. Tell you what, let's look under T for tapestry. Nope. What about... See, it's just heaped on the floor, so this is the problem. I think it's sitting in one of the packs we didn't pull in. I'm going to pull this in just to see if they have like a pile of sails. That could pass as what we need. We could probably throw some piles of cloth down too. And we're going to throw fog over top, so we're going to use our layers. Figured the tailor would have bolts of cloth, but no. We haven't saved in a while anyway. After our crash earlier, we should have been doing that. Did that not even notify? I see Erfenkop followed 45 minutes ago. Did it not give a notification? Because I didn't hear it go off. I'm hearing the stuff like the doggy cam and all, but that didn't go off. I don't know what's going on there. If you're still in, thank you for the follow. Greatly appreciated. Sorry I didn't see it. Dad's being a bad streamer. No, I'm streaming using XSplit Broadcaster. I used to use OBS Studio, and then I used it with Stream Elements built in. Um, but once I upgraded my PC, I was able to use the XSplit that I paid for, like in 2015. That's not good. So now I'm curious, what's going on? Let me see. So I think somehow that got screwed up. That's why I'm not seeing anything. Let's fix that real quick. And then we'll test it. I mean, nothing surprises me. I'm going to test it real quick. Let's see. Is it showing up? Let's try it now. Show up. No, it's sitting on top. It's top layer. Oh, preview live on stream. I need to check that box. What the fuck? Let's try it one more time. There we go. Now it should work. Bingo, bango, bongo. Yeah, now it's working. It got changed. I must add something on there. You know what I bet that was? It was like a local host thing where it was pulling in. I think it was that video that I had that would pop that said, "You fucking cocksuckers," that I took off because it wasn't running right. But it was funny. I eliminated that altogether because it wasn't working right. But now this is working. We're good. Alright, so room 4. Did I... You know what? I got sidetracked because I realized I was being bad dad streamer. Pretty sure it's already in there. Yeah. Alright, let's see if this brought in anything we want to use now. So, the first one I brought in was what? Oh, look at that shit. It's not even showing up. Galleon. Alright, is there like a pile of sails? No, there's not. Alright, the other one I've said it might be in is... castles? Looks like that's all. Well, no, it's not. So let's see. Nope. Let's look under our tags and see if anything new got brought in. So, no cloth. What about clutter? That's the thing. You never know how somebody is going to tag this stuff. It's not predictable. Curtain is the same. Swear we had tapestries in here at one point. Cloth. See, I refuse to throw that down. Thoth and cloth. There we go. That makes total sense. Tapestry ain't gonna work. Curtain. Pile. You just never know what's going to throw it down. What is destruction? It would be hilarious if it's in destruction. Yeah, that rope looks whole. It's not destroyed. Guts. We'll just throw guts on the floor. See, I don't know about you, Talmaru, but this is what really bogs down my map making. Looking for stuff that I really want to put on the map. Some different dead guys, but there's no dead guy in a robe. That's a shame. Yeah, I saw that. That's one of those things I would not do at this point ever again without using a graphics tablet. Encampment, no. Bodies, bones, buildings modular, building assets. Maybe. I mean, my first tablet was one of the old Wacom tablets where you sit there and draw and stare at the screen. The disconnect takes a little while to get used to. But now I've got a XP Pen 15.6 Pro. And I dig that. I just really want to get like a 22-inch now. Once you start using it, you'll fucking hate the mouse. Trust me. You will hate it. Kitchen, library, miscellaneous. Give me a miscellaneous pile of cloth. Alright, so you know what? I'm not going to keep looking. I'm going to do this. There's fog in the room. Clouds. So we're going to go like that. We'll describe the room, tell them the tapestries are in a pile under the fog. Where there's a will, there's a way. And that's the way. Fog covers all of our missing assets. The fog room saved us. Exactly. Alright, room 5. My group will never see it. And they have a wand of secrets, and half the time they forget to pull it out. It's one of the things they actually found in the dungeon without me having to give it to them, was a wand of secrets. And they've missed so many secret doors. And all they have to do is go, is there a secret door? Yeah, they only get 3 shots a day, but, you know, all you got to do is remember to use that. All you got to do. My mom used to say that to my old man all the time. She'd want him to do some horrible project around the house, which, I mean, he was a general contractor, new construction. And she'd be like, I want this built, and all you got to do. And he's like, no, that's not all you got to do. You got to have support. You got to have go through all this stuff. And she's like, no, you don't need that. All you got to do. I swear, I'm shocked he never killed her. lightly obscured by fog. And then the walls are covered in bas relief carvings, which means they would be into the walls. So, bam, I don't need to put anything on there. All right, room 6. Yeah, I mean, the old man was a old school carpenter going back years, and you know, when she'd sit there saying, "This is all you got to do," it's like you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He would just go nuts. See, I mean, there are things I'll do in the house. I've laid all the tile, all the hardwood floors. Um, in the kids' bathroom, when I redid it years ago, I stripped off the texture because everything's textured fucking walls nowadays. I stripped that off, smoothed it out, took care of all the drywall, and then spent 80 hours painting basically an ocean scene inside of the bathroom. Um, with dolphins and sea turtles and all kinds of shit in there. And but I drew the line at installing the plumbing. And then the plumber I had do the plumbing was a fucking idiot. He broke the tub, tried to pass it off on me, and I'm like, no, I bought the tub. I had the tub here. You put it in improperly and cracked it. Buy another fucking tub for $3,000. So, he's trying to dump that on me. Fuckers. Like I said, I grew up with an old man who was a carpenter, so I learned to do all that stuff. But yeah, I mean, and I'm sure somebody will get offended, but this was a dude who had a cross on his business card, Christian-based business, all this kind of shit. And my old man always said, which I did have it in writing, he always said, if somebody has that shit on their business card, make sure you get it in writing because they're the ones that are going to fuck you. And that's the guy that tried to fuck me for a $3,000 motherfucking tub that he busted. And then he tried to charge me for all the other fixtures that I bought because I bought everything so it fit the theme of the room. And then he tries to charge me for all this stuff that I had already bought and had waiting for him to install. And I'm like, yeah. He hands me that invoice, and I said, motherfucker, I bought all this shit. I'm not paying for it again. Oh. Right. I'm like, yeah. You're not dishonest, are you? But yeah, that was the one piece of wisdom that the old man was right on. If somebody's going to fuck you, that's who's going to do it. That's fucked up, man. All right. 6 empty wooden bunk beds line the north and east walls. So what? 1, 2, 3. Let's do that. I don't think they take into account the descriptions that they're giving you here. We're going to do 3 here and 3 here. And we're going to do them like that. We can't do them lining the walls because there's not enough room. And a bed is not going to be 5 feet long, so the 6-foot guy's feet are hanging a foot over the end. So, yeah. I don't really think it's asking that much. I mean, I'm the kind of person that shit has to be logistically consistent and make sense. That's just me, though. So there's our 6. That's how they fit. Let's see. Between the bunks are stone shelves stocked with rations. Where the fuck is there room for stone shelf? You know, maybe here? Motherfucker. There's no room between the beds. I mean, unless you have those thin IKEA shelves, but I don't think that's what they're talking about. Oh, self. Maybe. I mean, we could do that and say it's embedded in the wall and not put them in. Between the bunks are stone shelves stocked with rations, casks of water, wooden dishware, and steel utensils. I'm going to see if I have a short shelf, but I don't think I do. You know, they didn't do 18-inch IKEA shelves back in the day, did they? Oh, I know. I mean, I'm going to be blunt. There's no debate that this is superior as far as, especially now that we're playing online, and it gives people where they can actually see what you're talking about. It's superior to sitting down with graph paper, especially tactically when you're sitting here and somebody wants to argue that their fireball can hit everybody in a 100-foot wide room. It's like, no, it doesn't fucking work like that. You know, this, you just place the template down, it hits what it hits, and, you know, get the fuck over it. Place it so you maximize, I don't care. But if you're taking too long, I will limit the amount of time, and wherever it is, that's where I'm going to trigger it and make it happen. But, I mean, I thought about building a table and putting a big ass monitor and putting it out in the front room where we would have people over and play, so I could have the maps down and stuff, and then they could place the miniatures on the squares. Um, but right about the time I thought about doing that, you know, we've been screwed for what, 15, 16 months? Oh, that's right, I'm looking. Got to find the cemeteries because those are my portals. I don't know why, I just love using tombstones for my portals. You know, I mean, we've had it happen, what, twice last century. What was it, 1918 and then the mid 50s? And we had small ones that didn't go as big. Um, I mean, those were the two biggest ones were those last century, where it was like, what was it, 1918 killed like 500,000 people. Um, yeah, but Ebola didn't go worldwide. That kind of stayed contained because it happened in Africa, and we were able to go in and say nobody's leaving or we'll shoot you. I mean, that's how they handled it. Let's be honest. But the big outbreaks were the two beginning in mid-century, um, and they were bad enough. And then this one's worse because I mean we're seeing numbers now going up to where close to 1 million people in the U.S. actually died from this shit. Yeah, Spanish flu was 1918, I think, and then 56. I forget which one that was, but that one killed a large chunk of people, and then they, it wasn't as bad. Then they were like, "Oh, it's over," and then it had its second wave. I guess they didn't understand the concept of a second wave. That's just it. Now, unfortunately, I mean, yeah, they called it the Spanish flu then. We have to make sure, because people are scum, that we don't give it names like that anymore. Like fucking Trump when he was pushing, saying the China flu, the Wuhan flu, because we have scumbags running around making it a racial thing, like your Asian neighbor is spreading the flu because somebody called it the Chinese flu. We just can't do that shit. We've got to admit it's SARS-CoV-19. Name it whatever it is. And don't let little racist bigots give it a name that is just going to make other people get targeted by scum. All right, so that room's done. Let's zoom out and find room 7. Rooms 7. We've got that guy, what's his name? Gottlieb. He was one of Trump's guys who started running around saying, now we think it was from a lab. And it's like, you know, all the legitimate scientists are like, yeah, that's not really it. It wasn't made in a lab. It's possible it's like at the CDC where we study these things in nature. Maybe it got out because instead of being a class 4 lab, it was a class 2. Somebody got it, didn't realize it, then it got out in the wild. So it was probably an actual, it's possible it was a virus from the wild that they were studying, not mutating, and it just got out because the level of security at the lab, as far as safety protocols, were not as high as they should have been. But even if they discover that, which I'm hoping they don't, then it's just going to be more bullshit. Now, I never deluded myself into thinking that we were getting past the let's not be racist in America. Never. I mean, that's just not a thing. I mean, I've talked about it before. I grew up in a family with I'm having an awesome day. Grew up in a family with a bunch of Baltimore City cops, and they were the most racist motherfuckers I've ever known. I mean, I grew up hating cops because I hated the people in my family that were cops. Walls are lined with rusty iron sconces holding a torch coated in black wax. I know I don't have that. That burns with a purple flame. The purple flame we can make inside of Foundry, and that's what you're going to do. But we're going to make the we'll put the iron sconces down. It doesn't say how many there are. ACAB. Doesn't say how many there are. So we need some rough woven mats in the center of the area. There are 6 of them, so 6 mats. And a human cult fanatic engulfed in a swarm of rats stands quietly in their midst. Oh my fucking God. Who wants to walk into a room filled with a dude covered in rats? That's fucked up. And they're probably his pets. We're dealing with Willard here. If you remember that old movie, apparently we're running into Willard. It's one of those things, you bring out these like 1970s movies and the names of them and shit and or whatever it was, and people are like, what? All right, so let's start with the sconces. How much you want to bet? Oh, I was going to say how much you want to bet that they're not. No, I'm talking about the original. I didn't even know they did a remake. 1971. I remember watching that when I was a kid. I think we're just going to put the rusty sconce down. And you need to light it. I think that sounds like a plan. Unless I can find like a black candle to put in it. So we need this down to like 0.5. I mean, it's like when people talk about some of the remakes and all, if somebody talks about like the movie, what's the one they remade with the fucking clown guy? Was it It? Yeah. I remember the Tim Curry version. I mean, that's my reference point for that movie. You know what? I think I'm going to do something. We're going to, because I don't like, I think this is something with the update where it does this. Where it's putting these little lines down when you put wall chunks in, or where they end. And it's because you can't turn shadows off on the building tool. So I think what I'm going to do is I'll put wall sconces there, there, and then I'm going to put them just so that when you light it up, it'll light the room. I'm going to put them here. But yeah, that's you know, oh, did you see the movie It? It's like, yeah, with Tim Curry. They're like, no. I'm like, no, then I didn't see that one. I mean, how many people nowadays know who the fuck Tim Curry is anymore? I think half the young kids don't. Most of them haven't seen like Rocky Horror Picture Show. I remember the first time my friends dragged me to that. You've got to go to that movie. Yeah. You love Tim Curry? All right, so now I got to find mats. Oh my God. Let me take a look. Making sure I didn't miss any texts that I need to pick my daughter up an hour ago. You want to use a Tim Curry clip? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I know where I can get the mats and bring them in. It is not theme appropriate, but the mats will be. What do you want, Loke? Lokestar. Well, he's giving me the let me out or I'm going to piss on your floor grumble. Maybe tatami mats? They're not really woven though, are they? Could be what we end up using. We're going to bring these in just for freaking mats. Peasant homes, maybe they have mats. We'll find out. I'm waiting to see if we shouldn't, let's be honest, we shouldn't fuck with our memory. I've got so much in this damn machine now. Laughing deer head scene. Come on, there we go. See, I had mine set up so it was just text only with like the sound alert. But Something happened. I'm gonna have to go into night. I'm gonna crush all of my alerts, get rid of all of the stuff on stream elements, and start over again. Depends on how they're drawn, though. You know what I mean? You want to go outside? I'm gonna I'm gonna let him out real quick. I'll be right back. We don't need any old boy accidents. Even though he's a good boy and doesn't do that. You're a good boy. You always let us know. Come on. Tessa? You come in? Tessa? You want to come in? She's like, no. You will lock the door and I can't escape. All right, we're back. All right, so let's see. Let's take snap off. I wish you would just remember your freaking settings. So let's just try matte. All right, let's do these. So there's 6 of them. We don't need 5-foot giant mats. Let's take it down to this. Description. Neil on rough woven maps in the center of this area. Are we going to worry about it being direct center? Maybe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and Willard will be in the middle. Actually, let's do this. We're going to make sure they're placed in the center of a square. That way, when the token's placed, it's going to be on the mat. And then Willard will be standing somewhere in here. Is there anything else? Add purple flames in the virtual tabletop. Add the guys and the swarm of rats, swarm of worms. Worst swarm ever because they move slowly. You could take a nap before they got to you. Let's see. 7B. In the middle room stands a wooden trestle table bearing a small pile of treasures along with bottles of oil and flickering candles. 3 silver bowls, 2 ceremonial daggers with wavy obsidian blades, coral figurine of a mermaid clutching a pink pearl, a carved harp, and a dragon mask. So we need a table. We'll start with that. All right, so we need a little statue. I'm pretty sure we don't have what it described. Coral figurine of a mermaid. If we have a mermaid, I'll just be like, I can't freaking believe it. Fucking fly. Let's start off with the easy stuff. I say this. Landed right on my screen. I'm not going to shoot my screen. We're going to place them down this way. We'll put the bowls there. I know it says ceramic. Just because you said you were going to log in. That's the way it is, isn't it? So I think the harp we have, it's not really... You know, freaking people at work always get in the way of having fun, don't they? Ooh, I bet I know where we'll find that. And it's not even going to be done properly. Did we bring in that? Fuck. Yeah, right when we... Dragon Temple. There it is. There it is. A dragon mask. You know what? If we cut this down in size, it'll look like a dragon mask, right? Yeah, what does it say when I do that? Fuck. Oh, it did it. Dragon mask. There are a lot of things that you do that it doesn't like. So, dragon mask worth 2,500 gold, 3 bowls, 2 ceremonial daggers. Oh yeah, that's the other word that I like to use. I know I've got a wavy dagger. Just land. Just land, motherfucker. Once it lands, I'm shooting it. Let's see. I think the weapons... I know there's a wavy blade in here. Or do I have to go to the cultists? Damn it. I mean, what kind of cultists don't have a wavy blade? I mean, have they not been accepted into the cultists union and issued their wavy blades? See, I know I've used this, what I'm thinking of, before. Where did they go? Your new camera, what are you getting? A case cube? Oh, it's like the Razer Kaio. I don't know if I still have the Kaio over here or not. I think it. They both died. The weak spot on the Kaio was the hinge where the camera hooks in. And eventually that hinge dies. And I had it happen with two of them. And then once that happens, it just doesn't work anymore. They were good cameras, but now I use a AverMedia 4K camera. And I don't worry about a ring light. I've just got the Elgato key light up there. And I don't even... It's actually in between where my two monitors are up top. And it still gives out shit tons of light. See, I used to use a green screen. That's over there. I have the Elgato that basically folds down. See, what I opted was just use the one key light, and then I've got two background lights now that shine the blue on the back, plus the strip that I put up, and that helps offset me from the background. I didn't want to have a hair light, having my head shaved. It would just be a shiny spot on my head. So it used to be the wall back there, and I have a thing that would project a star field on the back wall. And since I set that desk up behind me so the wife would be able to play games in here with me, the star field doesn't work. I mean, it works, but it does weird shit. See, it creates a right up above the shelf. You can see where it's like blue wall, and then the star field's not there anymore. So I think I'm opting to not use that anymore. I'm really fixated on this dagger. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this and downsize it. Yeah, it's just not. I have one and I don't know. Apparently, I haven't loaded the asset pack in. So we're going to go with this and downscale it. It's close enough for government work. So what does it say? 2 ceremony dagger, ceremony with obsidian blades. I don't think any of these have a black blade. They have a bloody blade. So we're really just downscaling a wavy greatsword. And we don't have the statue thing. Yeah, it's not going to do it. See, it gives me blank. It. And blade just gives me everything other than daggers. They just don't. I mean, I think what happens is, I mean, the people that I know, like with Tom Cardos, he makes his things, and then there's somebody that goes in and packages these things for him to go in. And I mean, it is really, considering the output that guy does, it would be a massive time sink to come up with every single tag possible for every asset. You know what I mean? So I think with a lot of these creators, they have somebody else that packages them for them, and then they do these massive dumps. So it is what it is. You just have to go in as you get a new package or whatever. You look through and see and hope you remember. Oh, that's where I saw that, and then then you're good. So we found a little statue, and what we're going to do is make it little. There's the statue. Well, unfortunately, they have to go in and they have to pull the assets in, and to make it work inside of here, you need to come in and create your packages here. And it's not really intuitive. So, I mean, I've created some packages where I pulled assets in and I did it, and it's just ugly. I don't know. Like I said, I've just done it with small bits of assets where I wanted that ready. And then there are these subfolders, and you have to make sure you put everything in the right place for like paths and tile sets and all this kind of stuff. And you have to have them tagged properly, or they don't work once they're in here. So, it's, they do as best they can, and that's all I can ask for. If you go in and look, what's that guy's name? Encounter Library. I think that's it. He actually has a video showing how to set it up when you pull in assets for tags and stuff. And, I mean, it's a pain in the ass. Alright. So, cultists unworthy of becoming vampire spawn are brought here to nourish Caresta's brood. Dead male human lies naked in a chaise lounge in the center of the room. Purple flames, rusty iron sconces. We can use the same sconces. Let's pull that in. How big were they? I think we pulled them in at 0.5, right? Yeah. Do one. We're just doing it, trying to put enough down that we'll get coverage without the lighting being obnoxious. I mean, it says there are a lot of the walls are lined, but I mean, come on, this is more than you need right there. Even if it's just a basic torch, 20 feet, these are going to have heavy overlap. All right, so doesn't give us a color, so we'll pick a color. Seriously, table brings up clouds. How is that a thing? Looks like table brought up everything except tables. Tables are made of wood. We need trees. All right, there's tables. So let's see. Does the cultist pack have cultist robes? Has a nice quiver, if we ever need one of those. Did I not bring that in? I thought I did. Get the feeling this is a map we'll end up finishing next Wednesday. Now I got to figure out, am I going to play more Warcraft tomorrow? I'm really thinking about playing the new expansion, see what it looks like. See what we decide to do tomorrow. Tomorrow's supposed to be random gaming Thursday, but we'll see. I'm curious, what would tomorrow be? If we end up doing random gaming, this will be our game choice for tomorrow. Be kind. Mirror's Edge Catalyst. That's not a bad game. I like that one. Maybe we'll do that. I just forgot what I'm looking for. I sidetracked myself. I'm looking for the tailor. There it is. Does that have that? Yep, naked man unworthy of being a vampire. His name is Lunch. Affectionately known as Snack Tray. Ooh, theater asset pack. I wonder if that would have like costuming. Probably not. I'm still determined to figure out where that damned wavy dagger is. We don't have a lot of assets that we haven't brought in. That's scary. All right. All this so we could find a cultist robe. Robe. Nope. Pulling in wardrobe. At least it's kind of there. Robes. Nope. You know what? We're fixating too much on having a robe over this freaking table. I'm not going to worry about it. Let's try one other thing. Cloak. No. Asylum. did bring the tailor in. Let's see. Gloves but no robe. That's fine. We're good. All right, so that room's done. 8 is a secret room. What's in here? Room is lightly obscured by fog. The hilt lying on the floor is carved to resemble a bronze dragon. Sunblade. That's actually... That's fucking awesome. That's actually one of the first decent weapons that pops up in this. So let's see if there's a weapon hilt. There is. Look at that shit. Somebody's going to be excited. So it needs to look bronze. We have gold, colorable, and bronze. King Rich, thank you for the cheer. And the notification worked. How about that shit? We fixed it. We done fixed it. All right, so this needs to be at, what, 0.5? We'll put that there. No, we won't put that there. That's inside the rock. Nobody will ever find it. All right, let's put some fog in here. Will that fit? It would be nice if we could, but we can't. All right, Gabby's ready. Your daughter's ready to be picked up. I bet she is. All right, let me place the clouds in here, and then I guess I have to go pick her up so I don't catch a ration of flack from crazy women. All right. Here's the thing. Hopefully they'll be excited when they get that. We have one player that has a magic sword in the group. What'll this do? +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls made with this weapon. Deals radiant damage instead of slashing. When you hit an undead with it, target takes an extra d8 of radiant damage. So the player that I have, they've got a cursed weapon, which is magic also, but they can't get it off their hand. This will probably be worth him chopping his hand off or having a remove curse done so that he can pick this up. So that might make him happy eventually. All right, that's going to be it for the day. I got to go pick my daughter up, go grocery shopping, and actually have some food in the house to cook. We'll be on tomorrow. We may play Mirror's Edge. We may play WoW. I guess if anybody has a preference, say, if you want to put on Twitter or whatever, fucking play this. You know, those are our two choices. Either WoW, I don't care, classic or current, or Mirror's Edge. It's good either way. Or just go into the fucking Discord. Do that. So yeah, if you have an opinion, put it in Discord, and we'll see what we're going to do tomorrow. Everybody have an awesome day. I'll catch you next time. Great chatting with everybody.